Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Drupacabra. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Ravenbread _ Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Rollaway. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Futu _off. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Agro.
Hello, everybody. It is fucking dusty in here. But it's all worth it. Hopefully my CPU also runs a little better, because I did a more in-depth dusting of it than I have in quite some time, but... yeah, we've got, oh man, my throat is feeling way worse than I expected. Yeah, it's new graphics card day. I was gonna do an unboxing thing, and I realized that I had no good way of streaming it, because I would be installing it in the computer that I used to stream, and I would also have no good way of getting a camera on the situation in a way that you could see what's going on. And also, if anything went wrong, I would be very sad. And I don't want to show people me being sad. But yeah, we're here. I got it. Thanks to the support of people like Dan, who gifted 5 subs and $25. Thank you so much. In a large part thanks to Dan, but plenty of thanks to plenty of other folks as well. But yeah, I got it in there, and it was not actually that much bigger than my old my 1070. I was expecting it to be bigger, to be perfectly honest. The biggest trouble was trying to feed an extra power cable through the little hole that I used to send the graphics card power plug around. I now don't have to rebuy Lost Judgment. Yeah, so I knew that I was going to get a new graphics card sometime, probably sometime within the next 6 months, if it wasn't now. So I haven't been buying any additional things on PS5. Anything that I'm going to be playing on PS5 in the near future is probably going to be stuff that I could only play on PS5, or stuff that comes with PlayStation Plus. And I do need to get through whatever games I have access to with PlayStation Plus sooner than later. Because they are increasing the price by like 50% or something. They're increasing the price a lot. So I'm probably not going to keep up my PlayStation Plus premium plan. Which is a shame, because I was using that to play games. But yeah, so 4070 Ti installed, like, I have experienced no issues with it thus far. The only problems that I have had are I have booted up games that are notoriously not super well optimized and went, aw dang, my new graphics card goes up to like 90% usage when I try to run the character creation screen in Baldur's Gate 3 at 144 frames a second with all of the graphics turned all the way up. Oh no, what am I gonna do? It could be a lot worse, I'll tell you. But it's also a heck of a lot better. So let's go ahead and switch on over. So for people who have been around for a bit, you may remember me streaming some of the open world stuff for Street Fighter 6. Here we go. The World Tour mode is pretty fun, but actually let's options, graphics. So I got all the graphics turned hella up, except motion blur. I turned that off. Limit World Tour battles to 30 frames a second. Turn that shit off. Graphics quality's the bestest. The best and coolest you got. Pump as many pixels into this bitch as you can. Woo. So I've also switched to using what you call it? NVENC, the hardware encoding stuff that you can get with RTX cards. Max kick strength boosts permanent. Woo! Don't mind if I do. So I don't know if there's going to be an immediately noticeable difference in quality when it comes to what actually reaches you, the people. But it does take a good load off of my CPU, which is now probably going to be the bottleneck for some games. Okay, I know my old card also had NVENC. I know. However, because the card itself was struggling to, you know, some games I was struggling to hit 60 anyways, and then also trying to make the graphics card handle all of the encoding on top of that did not go well. So now that I have a much more powerful card, I should be able to put a lot more of the processing load onto the card. NPC named Gay. I don't know. Let's go take a look. Eric, Jungwon, Keith. Oh, no, it's Gus. Unless there was another NPC that I missed. We got Mario. Mario is here. I got a new shirt. So, yeah, I'm not particularly intending on actually making any progress here. I'm mostly just, you know, I cranked everything up to see what we can get with the performance. And we are dropping down to, even down into the 40s here and there. But I think that's more on the fault of the game than my card, because my GPU is running cool right now, even with handling the stream processing and the in-game graphics. My GPU usage is at like 25 to 30%. Don't you hate when some weirdo walks up and does 2,385 damage directly to your spine? Can't have shit in New York. Oh yeah. I wonder if some of it is getting bottlenecked by my CPU as well, but it's definitely running just unimaginably better than it did, before. Especially on stream. Can't have an intact spine in New York City. Sure can't. Ooh, someone to ban in chat? Let's go. Thigh-high socks. Perform a wall jump. I don't got that. I already have thigh-high socks, though. What else? What else you got? Use an item with a debuff effect while this opponent is in play. They give Street Fighter a Kamurocho. It's not exactly a Kamurocho. But yeah, it does have used gag-inducing juice. Delicious. Ooh. Gameplay slowdown. It's gonna be a fun night of me just being like, ooh, check this shit out. The thing is running bad. Because now I can feel confident that a lot of it is, oh god, plot. Bosch was thirsty for info. Mad Gear handed him some cash. Bosch stole it. Intel on a legendary Japanese fighter. Get me info on that. great. But yeah, this city, this is Metro City. Metro City has been a thing for longer than Kamurocho has been a thing.
Why me?
You got business here?
I barely remember a lot of these controls. Yeah, sure, we'll go see what's up with Entertainment Honda. Is that statue of Senator Armstrong? No, that's Mike Hagar. He was the mayor? Mike Hagar Metro City Revitalization Memorial. Metro City dedicates the statue of Mayor Mike Hagar to honor him and those who stood with him against the corruption that long took hold of our city. The city commemorates the efforts of people who helped fight crime and corruption to ensure that all citizens can live safe, secured lives. This design was chosen by the people of Metro City. So, in the Final Fight series, which is canonical to the Street Fighter games, you get to play as Mike Hagar, and you beat up all of the bad people in Metro City, and then he got elected mayor because he saved the city. What? What? Goodbye. Thought he was already the mayor and said enough is enough. Maybe? I thought he got elected... Maybe he got elected mayor after, like, Final Fight 1, and then Final Fight 2 happened, and he went back into the streets to continue beating up criminals. Tragically, he is no longer the mayor. The mayor is now a guy who kept escaping from prison because he was so strong. Yeah! Oh yeah, got those sumo proportions. A sumo wrestler? Yeah, that's probably the guy. A photo would be the icing on the cake, though. I need to get a photograph of Entertainment Honda. There we go. I've heard of him. No denying he's from Japan, that's for sure. I'll take it. Intel is intel. Oh. I keep pressing the wrong buttons to open up these different menus. Selfie mode. There we go. Hang on. Expression. Nope. That looks terrible. Cheese! There we go. It's really cool to see Street Fighter characters just living their lives. Yeah, like, there's always been... Well, there has often been plot of just like, hey, here's what these characters are up to. Hey, here's what these characters are up to when they're not doing street fights. And it's like, Ken is a fucking movie star, businessman kind of dude, and Cammy is a special forces agent, and Ryu just wanders around looking for fights.
What's up?
Looking for a legendary Japanese fighter? And make no mistake, you're looking right at him. Then again, you might be looking for Mr. Fireball and Dragon Punch.
See ya.
Drop by Genbu Temple in Japan. You might just find him there. Oh. I can tell by looking at you that you're not here for the Chonko stew. You're the kind of person who's looking for an opportunity to get buff. You're darn right I am. The fire in a person's eyes never lies. Let me treat you to a little sumo training then. Yeet.
What's wrong? That all you got? Nobody ever got strong without losing. Don't lose hope.
Good effort, girl. He's like twice your weight class. Yeah. I can tell by looking at you that you have a knack for it. How about I teach you one of my patented sumo techniques? It's patented? Gosh, I don't know. Now teach away. There's never any harm in learning a thing or two. Yeah, Edmund Honda. You became Edmund Honda's student. You can now use his fighting style, basic moves, unique attacks. You also learned his master action. 100 hand slap. Sumo headbutt. That's the good one. Sumo wrestlers are often called Rikishi. Riki means strength, raw power. The shi part means warrior, like samurai, you know? So combine the two, and you might say that sumo wrestlers are power samurai. This game has a lot of titans being really encouraging to you. Yeah, it's great. I love hanging out with E Honda. What a fun dude. Alright, this system. Throw strength, unique attack strength. Get discounted rates when shopping at clothing stores. Oh gosh. Ooh, this UI is different, I think. This game has been getting some updates. Alright, so if I switch to Edmund Honda's style. Fight! The positivity from the NPCs seems like a pleasant alternative to getting dunked on in multiplayer. No, he grabbed me out of my EX move. How dare you? Man. Even with my hot new graphics card, I do think that some of these slowdown issues are on the fault of the game, because my CPU isn't getting maxed out, my GPU is extremely not getting maxed out, my GPU is not even breaking a sweat. So, good to know that a lot of the performance issues in this game are its own fault. Alright. So this one I was able to run like okay before. It ran fine, but the graphics, like being able to really crank up the graphics, like this is a very nice looking game. Very colorful, very lively kind of look to it. Good stuff. Now, I know we haven't been on Street Fighter for long, but I'm gonna move on to the next game, because the next game is like the big one for me. The next game is a game that I have wanted to run well ever since it came out, and nobody's been able to run it well since it came out. But I'm able to run it a heck of a lot better than I used to. So let's get this up and going. This game came out 3 years ago. This game really do be the crisis of its era. The GPU is a RTX 4070 Ti. Come on. There we go. So I'm not going to do plot stuff, but I am going to load into a character, like my old character. But also, mute detection sounds, disable copyrighted music, yep. Subtitles, yep. Analytics, get out of here. Censor nudity, yeah.
And you're watching WNS News. New details have emerged on the attempted abduction of Hanako Arasaka at the Arasaka-sponsored Dashi Parade. Early accounts first reported...
Continue. Wow. Graphics. Which is like, even being able to reach this level at all in Cyberpunk is just absolutely mind-boggling to me. Like, hitting 60 frames is just... wow. What graphics? I don't have RTX on, but otherwise... I got the DLAA thing turned on, which hasn't resulted in any weirdness thus far. All these qualities are up on ultra and high and all that jazz. And, I mean, this is a pretty good looking game. Look at this nonsense! Brosif Brewing Company. It has been since 2020 that I played this game last. Oh, right. So, my gun, I have 2 different mods on this gun that renders my weapon non-lethal, allowing you to damage enemies without killing them. Oh no, I'm doing something illegal. See? They're fine. Absolutely non-lethal. Nothing to worry about. Uncommon item components. Oh boy. Turbo Dracula. Was the wrist-mounted rocket also non-lethal? I think? Hang on, I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Cyberware. Increased damage to drones. Increasing my Cyberdex RAM. Highlights enemies who have detected you. Where is... Alright. Projectile launch system. Non-lethal. Enemies shot with this kind of round will lose consciousness and increases all resistance by 10%. So I've got metal-plated tranquilizer rounds. Militech incendiary rounds. Right, I've got Johnny Silverhand cosplay going on. Alright. Give me a burrito. Delicious. Yeah, they're rubber explosive bullets. I do think that, like, people got a lot of... I don't remember how to holster my weapon. A-H? No. People got a lot of mileage out of, yeah, sure. Give me that. Out of how buggy this game was early on. But even early on, I enjoyed playing this game quite a lot. Like, this is a fun, like, open world RPG kind of thing. The gameplay is not incredibly well balanced. There's definitely a lot of problems with it, but... Whoops. Sorry. I'm mostly just enjoying getting to see this place in such high graphics detail at over 30 frames a second. Yo, what up?
You got a bad vibe.
Rude. How's a new card running? Well, we are getting upwards of 60 frames a second in Cyberpunk at maximum graphics settings. Hey. Don't hit that lady. Damn it. What GPU do you have? It is an RTX 4070. It's the Ventus 3X OC model, because that was an MSI model that was only a little over MSRP. Yeah, not just a 4070 Ti. Which has approximately the performance difference between the 3070 and the 3080, I believe, compared to the 4070.
Special thanks to Dan for 20 of my 21 sub months.
Yeah, he'll do that. Thank you very much for the resub. How did Street Fighter 6 run? So, with Street Fighter 6, I was hanging out in World Tour mode. World Tour mode, with, like, basically maxed out graphics. And I was getting upwards of 60. But even then... Hey.
Don't kill me!
I was getting upwards of 60, but even then, like, my card was at, like, 25% usage or something like that. And was still having some performance issues in the World Tour mode. So, like, CPU usage was like 50%, GPU usage was like 25%, and I was getting performance issues. That's the game's fault, dog. That ain't on me. So yeah, this is looking pretty good. I'm probably gonna play some of this in my own time. But real quick, what if we turn all this shit on? Not path tracing. Path tracing is a bit much. You know? It's still running alright. The game, like... This game ran much worse on my machine when it first came out with my 1070. It ran much worse than this at, like, low graphics settings across the board. So being able to crank up the ray tracing and still get performance like this, I'm excited. Yeah, so this game has been getting a lot of updates. Like, they keep working on it. They have put in the time to try and fix it up so that it lives up to what it was intended to be a little better. I enjoyed the game when it first came out. I didn't run into that many of the, you know, game-breaking bugs or anything like that. What? Who? Where? Okay. Well, speaking of bugs, I just slipped crossing the street. Go it up. Oh right, hacking. Short circuit. Aha. There we go. It was the Northern Lights. Got a smart gun. Could probably also run a VTuber on top of this stuff. Yeah, so that's something I've been taking into consideration is, you know, if I would probably turn off the ray tracing shit, but if something like a VTuber Studio or something along those lines did use did rely more heavily on the GPU, or at least had an option to put a bunch of the processing onto the GPU, then I should be able to handle it better. But I also just have less of the CPU being used, because now I have a brain problem. I have the encoding. There we go. Got there. The encoding for the stream is currently being run through the GPU, so theoretically I could maybe even get more performance out of Cyberpunk if I weren't doing that. So, you know, running at 30 with, like, cranked up ray tracing graphics and also streaming it, and it's this smooth, like, yeah. Yeah. I'm jazzed. I went in and tried Age of Wonders 6, because I was also curious about that. But, ow. That game, a lot of that game's problems were CPU oriented, so. Aww. The Rig of Theseus. I mean, yeah, that is something to consider. Currently, I think the only piece of my old computer that I'm still using now is one of my hard drives. Or no, I think my data drive and one of... No, I think I actually replaced the boot drive. So I think it's just my data drive that is still being used from my old computer. I'm not using any of my, like, super old monitors either. Like, I have been so gradual with changing out the parts of my computer. Because when I built a new computer, I still transferred over, like, I transferred over my old Windows install. The Windows install is the big thing that is so obscenely long-lasting. I was able to keep it intact even through. I think this may be the same Windows install, or like, I don't think I have done a fresh install of an operating system, just like completely wipe everything, like wipe the drive and just start completely fresh. I don't think I have done that since Vista. I think I upgraded to 7 from Vista, and then to 10 from 7, and this is still that install. What's illegal about this? I mean, knock on wood, but I try to be careful about my tech. Six handguns. You just copy over everything from your current drive to the next? Yep. And I've done that 3 times now. Wow.
The nerve.
It was a lot of fun watching Edge Runners, and like, even though I watched Edge Runners, like, it was a few months ago now, right? I watched Edge Runners, and even though I hadn't played the game in years, there were a lot of locations that they were showing off that I did recognize from the time that I had spent playing this game. Alright, let's turn ray tracing back off and get some more frames. Yeah! And it still looks really good. Except now it runs twice as good. Someone said that Cyberpunk wasn't buggy on launch because they watched Edgerunners. Edgerunners did turn a lot of people into, like, complete fucking Cyberpunk apologists. And I'm not that that foolish about it. What? Grab. Look, buddy, this didn't have to happen. I could have grabbed you. Ow. The bugs were people faking it? Oh, come on. That's ridiculous. Like, the game was rough early on. I still enjoyed it a lot, but I'm not gonna say that it wasn't rough. Do I have any silenced weapons? I have no idea what was going on with my character the last time I played. Oh, right. 65 perk points available. Because they have rebalanced the perk tree a couple of times over. I have 0 points in any perks. Edgerunners was fantastic. That anime is real good. But come on. Be reasonable here. Damn. Headshot from stealth. And it took off that little HP from that guy.
La perra se esconde. Recargando. A huevo, es nuestro momento de brillar. It hurts.
Yeah, people have made corruptions for Vinny for games that have, like, just come out.
Yo me encargo. La perra se esconde.
I keep trying to hit the button that I usually assign quick melee to. I don't have it assigned to that.
Enséñale a la perrita cómo te mueves. ¡Ah! Sufrimos muchas bajas. ¡A huevo! ¡Es nuestro momento de brillar!
Just set her on fire, but it's fine. That's non-lethal. good shows based on bad games. I mean, the game was worse at the time, but...
Need money? Sell a kidney. You need a new kidney? Install yours now at Milt's Nauman's River Dock Clinic.
I feel like, at its launch, Cyberpunk was akin to a Bethesda game, where it's just like, man, this game is real buggy. Once I get a couple of patches out, I think this will be alright.
Somebody help me!
I'm not exhibiting the highest level of gameplay here. I'm barely paying attention to what I'm actually doing, and I'm just looking at things. Just looking at graphics. Crime reported. Look, I didn't mean to explode those people. It was an accident. It was a prank. What's another show that was based off of a bad game? Usually it's the game, like... Arcane? Okay, no, yeah, sure, you got me. Yoink. I haven't watched any of Arcane. Just not much interest. Okay. Fucking... Oh right, there's a dodge. No, fucking toggle crouch. Where's that? Camera, camera, camera. Crowd density. Toot Orioles. Snap. Snap to target, sure, whatever. Sprint hold, sprint toggle. Oh. What? What? Oh, they probably saw the body that I left lying around. Yeah, that'd do it.
Nah, just some bum.
Yoink. Body identified. Oh, don't do a dodge.
You can run, but you can't hide.
I am hiding at the moment.
¿Qué mierda? Now where'd you stick your head, huh?
In a tight spot. Don't turn to gangs. To the NCPD. Will help. No strings attached.
Seguro eres más blanda que una pinche gallinita. ¿Qué mierda?
Nope. You didn't see shit. Grab.
Seguro eres más blanda que una pinche gallinita. ¿Qué mierda? Pendeja.
Don't
¿Qué
think
pinche jueguito
Castlevania
es ese?
3 is as good as
¡Carajo,
its
órale!
anime. Yeah, that's fair.
¿Qué mierda?
I did it. I did a whole stealth. I have no fucking idea what anything is worth anything. If I were to start playing this game again, it would be tempting to just start fresh.
In a city tingling with desire, we'll do anything to scratch every itch. Watson for new episodes every Wednesday at 10. Only on WMS.
Loot everything not nailed down. Oh, right. R. What? Come back. Come back. My motorcycle, no.
Did you know last-gen Cyberpunk damaged your nervous system?
Wait, where, where's it going for actual, though? I thought it was just gonna, like, turn around. Where where did it go? Wait, it's just gone. It's gone. Alright, well that was my motorcycle. My car would never do that to me. Hello, car. Ooh. Open stash. Oh god, I've got... Yeah. Great, thanks, past me. You really knew what was up. Fucking katana? What? I've got just like a pile of iconic weapons hanging out in my car. I do remember that. I did not remember the studded dildo collection. I wonder if they changed the way that, like, weapon scaling works. Like, if they made it so that you don't need to go in and fucking upgrade all of your weapons if you level up 2 or 3 times. There we go. Well, let's see. Crafting, upgrades. Okay. Nope, this system is still in place. Oh, right, I got a shitload of crafting components from doing a glitch where you would be able to craft grenades and then turn those grenades into more components than it took to craft them in the first place. Slow rotor. Ooh! A Sandy? I don't remember if that was in the original game. Resist. Street smart. Armadillo. Penetrator. Anti-personnel grenade. I could make a hat. Boss Mafioso Trilby with armored lining. Yeah, I think I don't remember it. Ooh, hot pants. I think I don't remember it because in the original game it was bad. Do they ever adjust damage scaling? It seems like some folks are still pretty spongy. But not everyone? Yeah, I think I might have to start fresh and put some time into it to give better feedback on what the game is like nowadays. Because the last time I played was a while ago.
Considering renting or purchasing a niche for yourself or a loved one? Get in touch with administration at North Oak Culinary.
Alright, yeah, it seems like we're probably hitting, like, 50 frames a second average. Because there are some spots where it'll hang out at 60, some spots where, like, if I turn too quick and it tries to load a bunch of stuff all at the same time, or we're in, like, a really crowded area like this, where it'll drop down to 40s. But overall, I'm happy with it, because I also get to have this kind of performance while the graphics are just super jacked. This game looks good, y'all. Look at this. That looks good. So, a lot of game engines now will, like, stuff will be loaded in if you're not looking directly at it, but certain details of those things will not be loaded in if you're not looking at it. Because why would you load in everything everywhere all the time? That's just wasting performance. Too much light bloom? What does it look like if we turn the bloom down? Alright, there's also the film grain effect going on. I don't know what fucking word they're using for bloom. Steve. You know, what if... No. What if we turn it on to low? What does that look like? You know? Still pretty good, and maybe too good for what low should be. Like, you definitely can see it in some areas a little more. How's the frames per second? More consistently at 60? Not 100% at 60. There's still a couple of areas, like, that I have been looking at. Like, right here, we were down to about 50. Yeah, I figure a lot of the smaller details are probably lost. Both in the transition to 720, which is what I stream at, and some amount of, you know, string compression and stuff like that. But yeah, when this is as low as your game can go in terms of graphical fidelity, maybe you should find some ways to... Oh, is there nudity in there, or is that... Are these windows nude? Nope, that's a doctor's office. The HIPAA screen strikes again. Hey, what if we turn on dynamic resolution scaling as well? Where did that setting go? There it is. Stop moving the window when I change graphics settings, Cyberpunk. Oh, hey, it's Zenyatta. Yeah, a Shadowrun game to this level could be pretty cool. But also, there are Shadowrun games, and they are really good. Is frame generation off? Is it? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's either or. Either you get the AI anti-aliasing shenanigans, or you get that this requires hardware accelerated GPU scheduling to be enabled in Windows. Huh. How do I change that setting in Windows? I wonder. What was the name of the setting? Hardware accelerated GPU scheduling. Hardware accelerated... No results in Windows settings. Okay. Google. Hardware accelerated GPU scheduling. Click Start. Go to Settings. From the left-hand menu, select Display. Up, up, up. Okay. Below multiple displays, click Graphics Settings. Turn on the toggle for hardware accelerated GPU scheduling. Reduce latency and improve performance. You'll need to restart your PC to have changes take effect. Oh, I don't want to restart my computer. The stream break. I could. I'd have to go into DaVinci and tie these two together later, but, you know... It's like DLSS, except instead of increasing resolution, increases frame rate. Wait, there's also variable refresh rate? Yeah, this is supposed to be me goofing around with my new graphics card. Might as well. Should I also turn on variable refresh rate? Is that a good thing for me to do and have? To have and to hold? Alright. Alright, I'm gonna turn these settings on and then restart your PC to apply your changes. Alright, I will be right back. Well, let me go back to the hold on screen. So we've got a better transitionary period here. I am back? Question mark? Oh. I'm back. Alright, let's get Cyberpunk re-upped. Baldur's Gate 3 has taken up almost 150 goddamn gigabytes of my data? Games these days. How are you and your 30 kids doing? Look, there's only 12 of them. And I haven't sacrificed any of them to the giant death cannon yet. I'm talking about Fuga, Memories of Steel, which is a game, the turn-based RPG where you control a team of child soldiers in a giant tank. It's a good game. Reaching. Alright. I don't care about additional content right now. Once the DLC... Oh, right, the DLC for this game is coming out. Once the DLC is out, then I'll probably play this game again. Okay. Graphics. Frame generation. Auto, sharpness. Yep. Quick preset, ultra. Stop moving the window. You're covering chat, that's so rude.
Hello. I'm Arif Iqbal, and you're watching WNS News. New detail.
Whoa! What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. I was like, wow, this is the craziest technology I've ever seen. And then I do a double jump and I see what's going on. Oh god. It's like a grenade just went off in a fucking Call of Duty game. It was hitting like 120 frames a second, and I was like, my mind was blown, and then... Uh-oh. It wasn't just the motion blur, but let's turn that off and get back. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild. Genuinely doubling my frame rate. Oh right, let me bring up Task Manager real quick and use that. GPU usage about 60%. CPU usage is about 80. Just a little worried. A little worrying. But god damn. Did it increase responsiveness? Not really in any way that I can tell. Alright, let's see if I can get my motorcycle to actually... There it is. Hey buddy. Replace the frame generation AI with Deep Dream so they can add dogs to any game. Yeah, but can you pet them? I am genuinely blown away. Like when we were at like 50, I was like, you know, it's Cyberpunk. It's understandable that it's not like perfect, but then I turn on that setting and I'm hitting 120, and I just. How's the game feeling? It feels fine. Like, it feels like it should, but... I hate it when I'm walking on the sidewalk and someone clips through me with their motorcycle. Hell yeah. I have the power of God. New model of Switch was at Gamescom. Man, This looks so good. Sorry, I'm just having a moment. He was amazed by the beauty of the world. Ow. How are you gonna get out of this one, buddy?
Don't do it, lady. Night City is experiencing a period of unusually high temperatures.
You good?
Please take care and
You good, homeboy? He's a little frightened. Mass driver electromagnet. Okay. You know what? That's fair. Alright. Let's see if I can do any better. Spin! Oh. See? Hey, buddy! You got your car unstuck. You can come back now. Buddy! He'll come back for it.
Considering renting or purchasing a niche for yourself? Get in touch with administration
I just had a moment where I was just like trying to remember a place in this game to go to goof around with a vehicle. And I was like, oh yeah, there's the like the outskirts where there's like dunes and stuff. And then the immediate thought that followed, oh right, the outskirts was, oh right, the outskirts are where the lady with the huge ass lives. Whee! What? Rude. Disappointed you keep surviving these. Look, it's just a car crash. It's not like someone with really strong arms came up to me and punched me. What the fuck happened here? How you doing? She seems unbothered. Just hoping that it's all a dream and she'll wake up any moment now. Okay, now she's freaking out. Combat? Whoa! I'm missing out on cool shit happening somewhere else. Hang on, I need to go see. Huh. She's still in there. Little to the left. Alright, try again. What? Uh-huh. Are all of these abandoned? These are just abandoned. I see. Lady. At some point, you gotta just admit that it's a lost cause. I'm gonna take control. Whoop, and she's gone. Oh, there she is. Alright. There you go, lady. Good as new. Alright, I'll leave you to it. She's clearly got a lot going on in her life. What? What? Who did I throw? Who did I throw out? Why did it play the throwing someone out of the car animation? What? Alright, how about this one? Alright, this one is fine. But... why this one in particular? Okay, if I drive it a little. Nope. Yeah, that's just the ritual. You just if you don't take the ghost out of this car every time, it does invalidate your warranty. You're laughing now, but wait until causality catches up. Assault in progress. Where? Down here? Is that a turret? Oh! Oh, it's not powered. I see.
What the fuck's going on? Oh, it's you!
Funk.
Yeah, sure, we can make it happen. Where? Alright. Back into my shot!
Yeah, feels good. Alright. I learned a lot. Time to play Baldur's Gate 3. That's exactly what I was going to do. Shoutouts to Monitor for pointing me in the direction of that one setting that doubled my fucking frame rate. Oh my god. Mind-blowing. Let me switch the title over on Twitch. Baldur's Gate 3. There it is. Even if I did install the big dick mods, I can't even show you. Relax. It's first party fucking is... Look, I might be able to get away with showing the dicks in the game. I would probably not be able to get away with showing giant dick mod. Karmic dice. Avoid failure streaks while keeping results random. Sure, we'll cut that off. What was the other option that I needed to look at? DLSS. Balanced. Sure. Advanced. Fidelity FX. Wait, is that... Oh, okay, that's... Those are mutually exclusive options. Someone did the math. Karmic Dice punishes the player for having high AC by making them get crit more and increases enemy damage against you by like 400%. Boy howdy. Bloom, God rays, oh, ambient occlusion. Buffering, yeah, sure, it's fine. Accessibility. Gotta turn that off. I'm turning off the explicit content for stream. I don't want John Twitch to get mad at me. Yeah, I had to restart to do a change that was like Windows side for some reason. I set the frame rate cap to 60. That was a thing that I did. I guess I could turn it up to see if it changes for me. But I'm probably gonna have to turn that back down to 60. Balanced, a balanced adventure full of challenging choices. Don't start yet. Why? What? Warning. If you want a specific non-hidden achievement, you have to pick Tactician. Or you're locked out for the entire run. Oh. The achievement is playing the entire game on Tactician. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, the hard mode in games like this are always, like, bullshit nonsense that the game will just constantly cheat against you. Tactician is hard mode. Oh, right. Slight eye violence. Not really. It's bad. Uncomfortable content warning for this cutscene, because I watched this cutscene when I first booted it up because I was curious. Hi, Sean the Bat. Thank you very much for the raid. You're just in time for me getting to the character creation screen in Baldur's Gate 3. This is literally the very first thing that happens when you start a new game. Also, this cutscene has uncomfortable content. Is that Squidward? That's Squidward if he were a monster.
Who are you?
Ooh. So, what am I at? I'm getting upwards of the full 144 frames a second. My GPU is getting upwards of like 80% usage. But yeah, when I went into this menu on my 1070, I was getting like 30 or less frames a second. So, pretty good. Okay. Custom. Your RAM is the problem for Baldur's Gate 3? Weird. Look at all these lizard options. Yeah, the eyes are pretty cool. You could be a blue lizard. Alright. So... base racial speed, 9 meters a turn. Elf. Alright, so 9 seems to be the baseline. And then for the smaller... yeah. For the smaller races, you're down to 7.5. Drow, Tiefling, or Githyanki for the dialogue options. Githyanki. Oh, these fellas. With a ruthlessness born from Mind Flayer enslavement, Githyanki ride the astral sea atop red dragons, bringing their silver swords and psionic might to bear against any trace of Illithid menace. Ooh. Mage Hand racial bonus? I could be Dritz Doerden of Menzo Baranzan? I could be Devilman? Yeah, there's the sub-races as well. Because there's Asmodeus Tiefling, Mephistopheles Tiefling, and Zariel Tiefling. Ooh. Empowered with martial strength and can channel Searing Flame. Descended from Mephistopheles, gifted with a particular affinity for arcane magic. Bound to Nessus, the deepest layer of hell, these tieflings inherited the ability to wield fire and darkness from the archdevil Asmodeus. And then for Drow, we've got Lothsorn Drow. Raised by Loth's cult in the city of Menzoberranzan. I don't remember which Legacy of Drizzt book was narrated by Ice-T, but it was very funny hearing Ice-T say the word Menzoberranzan. How did you nail that name first try? Because I've read the fucking... I've read 15 Drizzt books. 15 of them! And I've got like 2 or 3 that I haven't read. And Seldrine Drow can be found seeking allies from all over Faerun, aiming to settle their conflict with Loth and each other by any means necessary. So you can be one of the spider lovers, or you could be one of the fellas who hate the spider lovers. Marks are followers with bright red eyes, so those in the Underdark will learn to fear them on sight. So, alright, so Drow, Ranger. Alright, does he start with 2 scimitars? This is important. I do enjoy the tieflings. The tieflings are fun. All the classes are reasonably good, you say through gritted teeth as you try to avoid your favorite. Yeah. So what's the... Is there a notable difference between these two? Between the sub-races? Ooh. We got scars. I will unironically give my characters in video games this scar. I do think it looks kinda cool. Oh yeah! You can give your characters vitiligo. That's a crazy option to put in a video game. I mean, that's just an elf. The tieflings get different spells. Ooh. Produce flame. 1 to 8 fire damage. So you get a tiny little fireball. You get Mage Hand, or you get Thaumaturgy. Gain advantage on intimidation and performance checks for 10 turns. I do enjoy a good performance check. Right, yeah, the Zariel being melee fellas. Gonna make dinner? Nice. I should also eat food at some point, but currently, I'm looking at a character creator. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks again for the raid, Sean. Hope you have a good evening. Have you heard of the High Elves? I mean, Dark Vision and Fire Resist is always fun. Right, what classes? Okay, so Barbarian, Bard, Druid, Cleric. Mage Hand is a fun thing to goof around with. Like, the temptation to go Paladin is pretty strong just because, like, it can be nice to have high charisma in this kind of game. Because I usually, like, my default when it comes to this kind of game is the goody two-shoes, like, super charismatic kind of character. That's just usually my default. I also really enjoy playing as monks. Like, I love hand-to-hand fighting stuff, but man, monk is often, like, either very bad or way too good. How much do you like roleplay restrictions? Ah, dang it. Warlock is... Oh, right, Warlock is charisma-based. Eldritch Blast! Take half damage from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing attacks. You gain Warlock spell slots. Judgment is poisoned by knowledge of 5th edition. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bard is... It would be interesting to have the party leader be a Bard. The downside being, I always want to put all of my cool stuff on my main character, and you can do cool stuff with bards, but bards are a support class. College of Valor can use medium armor and a bunch of weapons. Ooh. Channel Oath charges. Channel the power contained in your Paladin Oath, which you can use to fuel certain actions. Okay, so what are the oaths? Oath of the Ancients. You fight on the side of light in the cosmic struggle against darkness to preserve the sanctity of life and the beauty of nature. Heal yourself and all nearby allies for 5 hit points. Oath of the Ancients' Tenets. Kindle the light. Through acts of kindness and candle the light of hope in the bleakest hollows of despair. Shelter the light where love blooms. Stand against a devilry that would snip its stem. Preserve your own light. Delight in culture and small joys to preserve the light in your own heart. That seems pretty good. Oath of Vengeance. You have set aside even your own purity to right wrongs and deliver justice to those who have committed the most grievous of sins. Inquisitor's Might. You or an ally's weapon attacks deal an additional 2 radiant damage and can daze enemies. Ooh. It does make sense that you would be a big fan of barbarian shenanigans, Dan. That does seem like the kind of character that you would enjoy playing. Fight the greater evil, exerting your wisdom, identify the higher morality in any given instance and fight for it. No mercy for the wicked. Chasten those who would dole out their villainy by wiping their blight from the world forever. Oath of Devotion. Following the ideal of the knight in shining armor, you act with honor and virtue to protect the weak and pursue the greater good. Courage, stride dauntlessly into action. Compassion, show clemency when prudent and lend your arm to those in need. Duty, tend to your responsibilities, obey just laws, and support those entrusted to your care. Paladin is not, like, all in on charisma, but it is fairly big on charisma. Flurry of Blows. Paladin is multi-ability dependency, or multi-attribute dependency, right? A lot of the most fun and cool classes end up being multi-ability dependency, because Monk is one of the worst about that, where it's like, so you need Dex in order to, like, to not get hit and have high hit chance. But it does... The Flurry of Blows scale off of only dexterity? Monk can be Dex or Strength. You can edit the abilities. Oh. Oh, whoa. Aha! Clear, use recommended. Oh, okay, got it. Monk does better on strength. Lol, no. Oh. Yeah, look at how spread out these stats are. Goodness gracious. Jump distance scales with strength in Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, the jump skill scales with strength. Like, that's always been a strength skill, right? So that makes sense. I don't know, like, I do want to... There are appealing aspects to a bunch of these classes. I might go Warlock. The last time that I played a Larian game, I played like two-handed. In Divinity Original Sin 2, I played like very two-handed melee fighter kind of character. So maybe playing something a little more in line with magical shenanigans could be pretty neat. The Fiend! Work in service to fiends working towards corrupting destructive ends, intentionally or otherwise, and receive hellish blessings. The Great Old One. Work towards inscrutable goals, gaining strange powers over entropy in the mind. And the Archfey. Granted by a lady or lord of the Fae, you're imbued with the sumptuous and scary qualities of your patron's extraordinary realm. Fairy Fire and Sleep. Charm or frighten nearby foes with beguiling, disturbing magics. Dark One's Blessing. When you reduce a hostile creature to 0 hit points, this gift from your patron grants you 4 temporary hit points. You can respec in shortly into the game by paying 100 gold that's easy to steal back. I see. Arms of Hadar. Necrotic damage. Prevents targets from using reactions. Ooh. The Great Old One. Oh, Tasha's Hideous Laughter is a magic card now. In, I think it was the original Adventures in the Forgotten Realms set, they printed a card for this spell. You can't respec your appearance, be sure to like how you look. Yeah. Psychic damage. Frighten a creature, it's easier to hit and can't move. Leave a creature prone with laughter, without the ability to get up. And whenever you land a critical hit, that creature and any nearby enemies must succeed a saving throw or become frightened. How disruptive would it be to play a goody two-shoes fiend warlock? Just out of curiosity. Not sure how pacts are done with custom warlocks. On save, target takes half damage. But Arms of Hadar. Bone Chill. Friends! In higher difficulty modes, the target might accuse you of enchanting them. That's pretty good. Create an illusion that compels nearby target creatures to investigate. Ooh. Can you get more cantrips? You get more as you level up. Okay. Because I kind of want friends. Although the problem with friends, I assume, would be, like, if you are dragged into a conversation, then you would not have the opportunity to use it. You'll see how it applies when you have to make rolls. I mean, you gotta have Eldritch Blast. I like the passive effect for the Great Old One more, but I like the spell. I like the spells that the Fiend gives you more. Gain temporary hit points and deal cold damage to any creature that hits you with a melee attack. You can choose which spells you get. Oh, okay. Cool. Default recommended. Yeah, that makes sense. Condition ends early if you charm person, charm a humanoid to prevent it from attacking you. You gain advantage on charisma checks and dialogue. That's kind of tempting. It's kind of tempting to just go full on, just like mind magicking people to be charming on top of the high charisma score. Charm Person is a spell slot. Yeah, but Charm Person you can use in combat, too. Like, you can use that to just, like... Don't bully me. Yeah, I'm just a little guy. Charlatan! Okay, let's go back to race, cause produce flame. Mephistopheles Tiefling kinda feels appropriate for the kind of character that I'm putting together. Because I get Mage Hand. Tiefling is just a fun race. Charlatan, you're an expert in manipulation, prone to exaggeration, and more than happy to profit from it. Bending the truth and turning allies against each other will lead to greater success down the road. Or entertainer. You live to sway and subvert your audience, engaging common crowds and high society alike. Preserving art and bringing joy to the hapless and downtrodden heightens your charismatic aura. I'm pretty into Charlatan. Just like, I manipulate people, I use mind magic, like, I am the most untrustworthy kind of person. But I'm still gonna try and do the right thing for the most part, you know? Give skills and effect what gives you inspiration. Right. body. Oh. Oh. These are pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Alright, there's also just, like, face shape. Oh. I feel like the scar over the eye is a little less appropriate for the kind of character that's being put together. Vitiligo. Freckles. Oh. Quantity. Intensity. I see. And here's the wrinkles slider. The last tattoo on the tiefling. Oh, yeah, that one. That is a cool looking tattoo. Is that a barcode? Okay, no. It's the name of your metal band. Oh. Horns are chipped off? Interesting. I can change the color? That's a lot. Thanks for hanging out, Ryagos. I do want to like actually get into the game and see what's going on, like in context. Being able to run the character creation at 144 is quite nice and all. I do want to see what happens when the game is actually running. The undercut is a pretty cool look. Well... Frohawk? The fancy lad haircut. Oh god. This is vaguely what my hair looks like when I get out of the shower. Just yeah, dark brown instead. Oh god. A bunch of these hairs are actually cool. Highlight intensity. Whoa! Frosted tips! Thank you, Windows Security, for letting me know that my virus protection needs an update. I do kind of like the purple. Makeup? Ah, jeez. Ah, gosh. There's more? Metallic tint. A little bit of that. Demonic white. Whoa! Just regular ass eyes look so wild after having seen the demonic style for so long. Do you want any warnings about game mechanics being inconsistent or poorly communicated? Sure? I cannot say with any guarantee how much I'm going to pay attention to that. Is this the hair that I'm going with? Tidy mohawk. Ooh. It's also fun. I do kind of dig the somewhat androgynous vibe of this cut. Woo, physics! Oh wait, hold on. Actually getting it to stay on the shoulder, very impressive. Baldur's Gate 3 has the order you do things in matter more than time passing, but some things are time sensitive. Normally this is in-game time. If this makes you tempted to not long rest, don't do that. When a character says lines about needing to rest after a fight, that means they have pending scenes that'll play the next time you take a long rest. I think that might make a little more sense when I get in game. Companion progression will be a bit glitchy if you never long rest as much as you can and skip missed sleep time scenes. Huh. Right, body type. So we got that. We got that. We got that. We got that. Oh yeah, so the difference between waif and beef tank. Oh yeah, the voices.
Be wary.
It's opened.
More of those rich.
There's magic keeping this chest safe.
Where to next?
What was that? Let's hope the locals are friendly. Health. Be wary. This place is trapped.
You can change identity and genitals separate from body type or each other. Okay. But I have the dicks turned off right now. So I wonder how that is handled. Probably just going with the default, which is unfortunate. Pause the stream for a few minutes. I don't know. If I care that much, I can just remake the character and redo however much I actually do on stream. I would have to redo this entire character creation process if I wanted to go in and change that setting, I think. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Do I care that much? Well, actually, now I'm curious if that actually will just suddenly make the option appear. Okay, this is about science now. Oh yeah, you just switch and then you just change that. Interesting. Gotta tell us how big it is. Look. I don't know. Average. It's got the one size. It's got average. That's what you get. Okay, it's probably fine. If it's not fine, then, you know, that'll be a funny moment for everybody. Okay. Are these stats good? Is this what I want for stats? Only 10 wisdom seems a little scary. Oh, you can change... Oh, you can change these! Let's go. Oh, I can't choose persuasion! Oh. That's fucked up. If you're proficient in a skill, you add a bonus to those checks, making you more likely to succeed. Arcana Investigation seems reasonable. Melee Warlock. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Well, I do have the option of respecking, so if I end up having problems with the default stat line, then I can fix that later. Character name. Huh. I didn't think about this. Is this Crystal? A little bit. Cochiefling. Tiefja? Tiefja's not bad. Yeah, Tiefja, you got me.
You need a guardian. Choose one.
Oh no. I can't have a lizard guardian? Alright, hold up. Oh, wait. Did I... Okay, yeah. Okay, what if... Okay, so... That one, and then... Oh! Well... You know what? I should have expected that, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Great. Okay. So, we got that, and we got that, and then, yep. We got a little bit of that going. And that hair is, well, I think... Probably a little more in line with that. Oh, there he is. There's Dritz. There's my main man from Menzo Baranzan. It is tempting to just to just make Dritz as my guardian. If nothing else, it would cut down on the amount of time that I have to spend.
Remarkable.
Good luck.
Dritz was not jacked. This is jacked. I went with the smaller male body type. Man, now I'm thinking about that Icewind Dale game. Was it called Icewind Dale? Was it a Neverwinter? I don't remember. The fucking game where you play as Dritz and Catti and Wolfgar and Bruenor Battlehammer. What the fuck? The one where the axe icon was way stretched out. The game that was not good. Dark Alliance, the new Dark Alliance game. Yes. Sure, my spirit animal is Dritz. Let's go. Always been a fan of Artemis Entreri. Ah, the rival character. Haha! I put tentacles on a boat! Artemis Entreri worked so fucking hard to be a bad guy, and, like, fate just continued to conspire against him being a bad guy. And just constantly put him in situations where he became heroic. It's the Red Dragon riding folks. They're here. Oh, it's like a Nautilus ship. Cool. That's pretty cool. Dan, come on. Why are you asking questions you know the answers to? The number 3 is here. You can log your hotbar to prevent accidentally moving spells. Alright, in-game performance. Huh, that was weird. Welcome to Doom Eternal. Yeah, really though. Woo!
My head. Might still be stuck inside if we hadn't been attacked.
Escape the Nautiloid. Oh.
Best be on my way. Someone else got out. Might be other survivors. Not everyone made it out alive.
Alright, alright.
This is the pool that thing came from. The parasite now writhing behind your eye.
Investigate the pool. Ooh, I get +3. Some dialogue options require a skill check, a dice roll that you must meet or exceed a target number. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Critical success. Oh yeah, bat mode. There we go.
The casing is fragile. The slightest touch could cause it to crumble.
Alright, alright, lesson learned. You can use a restoration pod to restore your hit points. Loot!
Good. Wonder who was inside. Let's see. Lucky I made it out.
Left alt. Ah! Oh, Z is jump. Whoop.
Odd. I feel better.
Nice.
What's in here?
Gold! You can find a dozen currencies in Faerun, but everyone accepts gold.
Images of goblins, their habits and histories flash into your mind.
Uh-huh! I can just take that. Alchemy pouch. Oh. Camping supplies, cool. Add to wares. I assume wares are items that you're going to, like, that you can sell automatically. Scroll of Revivify.
Release us.
Got a dagger. Hide, throw. Charm person. Oh, right. Don't I have... Okay, passives. Toggle non-lethal attacks. Knock someone unconscious instead of killing them. Must be unarmed or using a melee weapon. Doesn't work on undead and constructs. Ah. That's pretty cool. Can't be cast while your new parasite adjusts your mind and magic.
A schematic of a nautiloid flashes into your mind. Nerves, sinews, as much living being as ship.
Brain jar. Humanoid brain, alive and in perfect condition. Suspended in cerebrospinal fluid.
Worlds beyond worlds flash before your eyes. Empires of a grand design traversed by ships just like this. A feeling penetrates your mind. An anomaly, one like ourselves, unconnected from the whole. Caution.
I can sit down in the vicious chair.
Mind flayer horticulture.
A 1,000 years of humanoid history. Elves, dwarves, humans, and more flash behind your eyes.
Neural apparatus. Yo, what up? Sit vicious.
Yes, you've come to save us from this place. From this place you'll free us. Please. Before they return. They return. A newborn.
Who am I talking to?
Born new from this husk.
You realize you're talking to an intellect devourer, a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
Oh no.
The enemy. So many enemies. Remove us from this body. From this case. Free us. Please.
Load up. Intellect devourers are bad news.
Curious. Brains? Curious. Nothing but brains. Food for mind flayers, I suppose. Doesn't do anything.
Alright, and then... Oof, ouch. My ankles. Never did anything wrong. It did eat and become that dude's brain. Mind flayers are eponymous.
Abomination. This is your end.
Your head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
My head. What is this?
Later, Ash. Thanks for hanging out.
You are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
What made you think I was a thrall?
We carry mind flayer parasites. Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed, our bodies and minds will be tainted and twisted. Within days, we will be Geich, mind flayers.
We're turning into mind flayers. There must be something we could do.
We can do nothing until we escape. That must be our priority. First, we exterminate the imps. Then we find the helm and take control of the ship. We will address the matter of a cure for this infection once we reach the material plane.
This lady seems to have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Get ready to fight! Combat happens in rounds, and each participant gets a turn to act. The game pauses around you during combat, so you have time to plan your actions. What you got? Rush attack? Doesn't provoke opportunity. Lacerate, make them bleed. Hamstring shot, shoot an enemy to reduce movement speed. Range attack. Pommel strike, possibly daze them. Push an enemy off balance. Nice. Not enough resources action. Ah, Pommel Strike is a bonus action. Bonk it. No! It lived with one?
What now?
Eldritch Blast. 2! I'm gonna back off a little bit.
Time to strike.
Why would you use rush attack? Do I have a limit on them? I was not paying that much attention. But I used it so that it would knock the guy off balance. Ah, once per short rest. Got it. And now I know.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Zap.
On my way.
I will not know failure.
Ooh, big damage.
You proved surprisingly adequate in battle. Now, to the helm.
Scimitar?
What's hiding here?
Potion of Speed. When the condition ends, you become lethargic, but you gain an extra action, a +2 bonus to armor class, advantage on dexterity saving throws, and double your move speed. Throw this bulb at a target, the ground, and anything nearby to cause caustic brine. Makes nearby enemies bleed. Alright.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Wait. Why does it not say these imps are empty? Dead Thrall, Potion of Healing. Wonderful.
Here goes nothing.
Ah, the asterisk indicates that you haven't interacted with it. Okay, that's good to know.
Ship won't be able to take another dragon. We need to get out before it's too late.
These imps are empty. Great. Oh, ah, there's another. Got it. Upsy daisy.
I've got a long road ahead.
Gate machinery. I can make no sense of it.
Faint images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of darkness.
Leave the key.
I need thieves' tools. Blast it. Damn it. Blast it.
You bow, or you break.
A brain in a jar.
Wait, what? God, I don't want the brain in the jar. Ooh, burnished necklace is worth a bit of money.
I should speak up.
Life flickers in his eyes, but he seems totally unaware of his surroundings.
Dutch.
The console appears dormant.
Look for a switch or
The
release.
mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first, but then you spy an empty socket.
Hit it.
Nothing. The console remains dormant.
Okay.
Whatever fits in that socket must power this.
You! Get me out of this damn thing! We have no time for stragglers.
There's magic at work here. Determine what kind. Nice.
Warding runes. You feel them drawing energy from the console near to the pod.
Are you satisfied? We need to go.
This thing's magically linked to that console. Let me see what I could do. Nautiloid tank. Backpack. Push.
Give it a shot.
Psionic energy radiates from the prisoners, but they do not react.
Machine
What?
made them hostile.
I woke him up.
I am fury. I am death.
Where do I go from here?
Boink. Oh, 20 damage.
What's inside? On my way.
This game starts you off in an area that seems super endgame. Yeah, it really does.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
The console appears dormant.
Inscribe the device with the glyphs you sensed from the pod's warding runes.
The console hums to life.
Oh-ho! Take a closer look.
of the device make it seem more like a beating heart than a machine. Perhaps it will open the nearby pod.
Touch it.
Suddenly, you feel a hideous squirming in your head. A parasite. Then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connection. Authority.
Will the pod to open.
You feel the biomechanical brain of the console process your command and yield to it. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
It's possible to get a natural one on that check and fail. Yeah, I believe that.
At last. I thought that damn thing was going to be my coffin. Thank you.
Your mind lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with wariness, because you have a Gith with you.
You keep dangerous company.
Got a problem with Githyanki? Do you feel that just now? We were in each other's heads. Dangerous company's what you need in a fight.
Fair point. Looks like there's plenty of fighting ahead. Let me come with you. We can get off this ship and watch each other's backs along the way.
Alright, let's get going.
Shadowheart. One moment.
I need my D20 for skill checks. What's that?
It's nothing. Trust me.
Enough of this chatter. We need to get to the helm. Now.
She's right. Lead on.
It's a plane ship. It is an airship that can navigate planes, from what we have seen.
We're nearing the helm. Once inside, do as I say. Who put you in charge? I'll trust my own judgment.
Kanyank.
Oh no. Girls, stop fighting!
How many hosts of these gay infected?
Dazed woman is trapped inside the pod. She doesn't notice you.
Eldritch Rune.
This might unlock those controls next.
Aha, it's a key. Touch it.
As you place your hand on the pod, you hear something. A presence connected to the pod, commanding the person inside to change.
Oh.
Change her. Changed at the pull of a lever. How? If we are not purified, this may be our fate.
We need to get out of here before it's our turn.
The newborn mind flayer stares at you, weak and dazed.
Well, that was creepy. Time to go. Can't move any further away from your character. Okay, Yeah, the slug in your brain turns you into a mind flayer. Cephalopole the lever.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
Do it. We will deal with the Geich after we escape. Impact is imminent. I must connect the helm. This is your end.
Miss! Humble strike. Miss!
Time to push my luck again. Time to press ahead.
$65%, huh? Switch to cleric. So we have one spell of first level? Or is that two? I can't tell what those little dots are supposed to indicate exactly. Target gains bonus to ability checks. Target more resistant. Firebolt! Get him. Go, okay.
Heading there.
There we go. Disengage allows you to leave an enemy's melee range without taking opportunity attacks.
My path be true.
No choice but to keep going. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Zip. One! Come on.
Onward.
Let's heal the lady. Bloodstone. Well, there's a lot of objects.
Another fight. Let's go.
Jump, throw, dash.
Something good here, I hope.
Nothing. Nothing. Loot. Head in a general that-away direction.
It's clear. Hurry, before they strike.
Do you want a hint about useful spells to find the secret? Sure. Shadowheart's command spell can do many things. Command spell. Yeah, she does not start with command. Wait until she gets that and conquer. Oh.
What lies within?
An incredible combo. Not enough movement. Well, how about you shoot him? Nice.
Wow, so much for peace.
DM me the secret? Yeah, sure.
Anything of use?
On I go.
Fire blast. Look. Oh, you can kill this guy? I see. I guess that would make sense.
Sometimes the only way out is through. These boots have seen everything.
Medium to me. Connect to transponder.
It requires the NPC Mind Flayer pulling a bit more weight than usual. Yeah, it seems like this big demon fella has taken basically no damage. That's a devil, not a demon. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Uh-oh.
Ignore the devil. We must take the transponder.
My path be true.
I won't give in.
Okay, but does the Mind Flayer have any loot? $50, let's go!
What should I do? Worth a shot?
The helm's alien transponder. You've made it in time.
Oh man, big load screen. What? That airship has tentacles on it. Very heroic.
As you wake, the tadpole squirms in your skull.
Where am
The
I?
chaos of the crash site confuses the landscape. You'll need to find a settlement or landmark, and you'll need to do it quickly. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking. You need a cure.
Unique items. Go to your personal chest in camp during a long rest to find some of your unique DLC items. Golly.
At the ready. Still alive, so that's progress.
Ooh, 6 gold? What? Oh. She's gonna wake up and get mad at me if I reach for the artifact.
You're alive. I'm alive. How is this possible?
I was hoping you might know.
Remember the ship. I remember falling. Then nothing.
You have any idea where we are?
No. I don't recognize this place. But anything's an improvement on where we just came from. First things first. We need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer. We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads.
We? You want to stay together?
We need each other. And we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company.
Okay.
One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again
for freeing me. It would have been all too easy for you to run right past
She
my
approves.
guard, but you didn't. I'll remember that. Lead the way.
Did I miss something over here on this beach? Nope. Okay. Reallycutecats.com. Ouch.
Something the matter?
Yes, I did not intend to start this conversation. Healing potion. Old floppy hat. There lies the corpse of your companion. What? Who? Oh, the intellect devourer. Suspension of Murgrass. Inventory containers. Certain items, such as keys, ingredients, and camp supplies, are sorted into handy containers. Party view. Great. Hat. Collect food and drink as you find it. You need these for long rests.
More of those wretched things. Better stay back and strike with relief.
Blast it. Oh man, there's a third.
Strike hard.
Bonk it. Oh. That hit my friend. Oops.
Another step forward.
Well, it's fine, it's fine, everything's fine. If a member of your adventuring party reaches 0 hit points, they're downed. This is a state between life and death where they roll each turn to survive. On 3 successful rolls, they become stable. On 3 failures, they die. Blast it. Well. Yeah. Look, I know I could have made better strategic decisions. But I also could have rolled better, so, you know. It wasn't a skill roll, it was a damage roll. Oh god, it's all the way back here.
How much farther can I go? quick word.
Wake up.
You're alive.
What happened to our gift
You
friend?
might want to reconsider calling her a friend. Looks like she ran off without us.
We should look for her. She might be injured or worse.
You're more concerned for her than she is for you, clearly. We need to take care of ourselves. First things first. We might have escaped, but we still have these...
You want to stay together? Okay, let's get moving.
Lead the...
Alright.
Let's have a look.
Get the hat. Check the pouch. Get the murgrass.
Take that.
Aha! Shanties for the bitch queen.
There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Great. Water? What do I need water for? There's plenty right there. Perfumed letter. Hello, Dura. Thank you very much for the raid. I'm goofing around a little bit in Baldur's Gate 3 because I want to see if I'm able to run the game at a consistent 60, and it's thus far I've been keeping it pretty stable. Thieves' tools. Finally. Aha. Mm-hmm. Great. I take this one down. Good. Hey, look, a barrel. Click it to climb. Like while it was tall. Oh, I just can't climb barrels. Okay. Got it. Sublimate of Belladonna. You can craft potions, poisons, and elixirs. Nice, nice. Bucket. Oh, it's a mug.
Here we go.
This is the map of your surroundings. You can view quest locations and place custom markers. You can also teleport to waypoints you've discovered by selecting them. Ah! Ashes of Daggerroot. Knock knock.
Maybe there's another entrance.
DC 20. Aww. Failure. Worth a try.
More of those wretched things.
It was not worth a try. Those tools are gone now. Ah, it's fine. last. Great expectations.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
Oh, ow. Shove it. Yeah, fuck you.
Need to act fast.
Yeah, I am now aware of the, Hey, critical hit! I'm now aware of the icon that indicates whether a thing is threatening. Oh my god! I got 10 health, it just did 10 damage to me! That's pretty rude. Yep. Should have put it on tactical difficulty. Yeah, it'd be way easier. Save more often. I'm not playing this like I normally would. Alright? I'm just trying to do things for stream. This is why I have no intentions of doing a full stream of this game.
Need to find a way forward. Seems like a good moment to talk.
Reach for the artifact. I fucking knew it.
What are you doing? And speaking of, we might have we need each other.
Literally never lost that fight once. Well, aren't we Mr. doesn't get maximum damage rolls from the enemy over there?
More of those wretched things.
You can't hug your children in the arms of Hadar.
Let's keep some distance, or this will be a short fight. Feel my mistress's wrath.
Never a dull moment.
Critical miss. Okay, so disengage.
On my way.
Over here. Heal me.
Take two.
Can't even catch my breath.
Blast. I got one.
Need to find a way forward.
Target's too close. Hmm. Stab it. I'm just gonna die again. Yeah. Are there any other games that I can do a quick graphics card test on? Rage quit moment. I don't want to put you people through me actually, like, trying to gradually make my way through this combat, alright? I do not have the mind bandwidth to do well. So I'm just going to be bashing my face over it against it over and over until I get better RNG, and I do not want to put you through that. I'm going to play more of this game, and I'm going to enjoy it a whole lot, but I'm going to play it solo when I'm not trying to do stream stuff. Fuga stream. Yeah, here's half of a level towards the end of the game. Do you like it? But yes, thank you very much for gifting me Baldur's Gate 3, Dan. I'm sorry that it did not get as much attention as it maybe could have deserved, but brain no work good. What games do you have? A bunch. Just wanted me to have fun. I will have fun. Hell or high water. I want to stream a little bit of something else, but I don't know what graphics-intensive game would be good to stream a little bit of. Minecraft. RTX Minecraft. Second Life. Genuinely just straight up not allowed. I'm pretty sure Second Life is just outright against Twitch in terms of service. Death Stranding. I don't have Death Stranding installed. But that would be a good game for me to check out later this week. I think Final Fantasy 16 I have on PS5. Do I have any games on my Xbox app? Any Game Pass games that are good for checking out graphics? Went to get food. I encountered a combat I encountered combat that I was struggling with because my brain is tired. Resident Evil 4 Remake. I don't have it on PC, I have it on PS5. Yeah, City Skylines 2 is not out yet. Oh! It's another CRPG, but I mostly just want to do a performance test on it. I didn't have that much trouble running Yakuza 0 on max settings already. Fire up Terraria. That's not a graphics card thing. Okay. I have a thing to test. Yeah, that's fine. I accept the terms of service. Just let me change the fucking settings, please. There we go. Okay, graphics quality. High. Crank that shit up. Okay. Now I can actually capture the game. Now where is my game capture source? There it is. Save. Alright. New game, main story, yep. That's fine, yep. Pre-generated character. Sure. I'll be able to run Ori, the sequel to Ori, with no issues. What's this? This is Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, which is another CRPG that I enjoy quite a lot.
You should have run. A mere flesh wound.
But it had performance issues. And so I'm firing it up to try and see how well it runs now. Hey, we're hitting that 60. We'll see how well it works when all hell breaks loose momentarily.
Hey, somebody! We got a room.
Ma.
Demons, prelate. What? Okay.
What?
Oh, inheritor. My power.
Prelate, out!
This game is quite good.
Be quick about it before it's too late.
Who I am is none of your business.
Do you have any idea who you're talking to?
I mostly just want to see the performance of the game once stuff actually starts happening.
Pry loose the grudging grip of.
Can I go? Oh, right. Cavalier starts with a horse. Also, the animations were a little confused there.
I am never wrong.
Settle up. I'm not allowed to get on the horse. Alright, even... Oh. Oh, man. I was gonna say, even in motion, it's looking pretty good, but then you try and turn the camera and it gets pretty bad. How much of my GPU is this actually using? How much of this is just poor optimization? My GPU is at 30% usage right now. This is just poor optimization again. What a shame. What if I turn it on low? Yeah, the game is now looking like this, and is running very similarly. It runs better, yeah. But evidently a lot of this game running poorly is just entirely on the fault of the game itself. Because it's not even trying to use my whole ass graphics card. Which is a shame. But this game is really good. So, Baldur's Gate 3, I've heard many, many good things about it and all that, but Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, also a really good game. And if you like CRPGs, then both of them are great. If you want to like CRPGs, but want something a little more digestible, I would recommend the Shadowrun games. Specifically Shadowrun Hong Kong and Shadowrun Dragonfall. Dragonfall was first and then Hong Kong. The original Shadowrun Returns was not as good as the other two. It's still good, it's just not as good as the other two. But yeah, they're Shadowrun, so they're like Cyberpunk with magic stuff. Their systems are a lot more digestible. A lot more of that game is just big stat. Like, having a lot of this stat makes you good at this action, instead of like, well, this stat affects these kinds of actions, but then this kind of action, which is similar to those other actions, actually takes this other
We do it my
stat and all that jazz. Shadowrun is a little more straightforward. Alright. When will devs finally learn to optimize their games? How could they? How could they not make every game run good? Well, in this case, how could they make a game run bad on a graphics card this good? That's the bigger thing. Fire up TF2. TF2 doesn't really have that many performance issues or anything like that. I mean, I could. Path of Exile. I don't know if I would have any endgame characters to, like, really try and crank it. Like, get a ton of visual effects going. But also, I think Path of Exile is more processor bottlenecked. Dark Souls 3? Dark Souls 3 runs great. Like, Dark Souls 3 ran perfectly on my 1070. What? No, why? I wanted to open you as a joke, and then you opened in full screen at, like, 480p? Why? What did you do? It's so rude. Oh, sorry. It wasn't 10. It wasn't 480. It was 1176 by 664. Obviously. Where's the source? There it is. Ah, yes. I needed to find hl2.exe, obviously. There we go. Advanced. Detail. High. Set it all to high, baby. Maximum settings. Reflect all, baby. Multi-core rendering, of course. Motion blur disabled, of course. Full HDR if available. Fine, casual, whatever. Never seen me play an FPS. I don't stream FPSs that often. I think I've streamed more first-person platformers than I've streamed first-person shooters. Portal with RTX. I think I have Portal installed. Is Portal with RTX a separate thing? Doom Eternal. I think I was able to run Doom Eternal pretty well with my old card. Oh god.
Why is that cart stopped, maggots?
I played MVM on stream. Killed by that dang sentry.
Why is that cart not moving?
Hey! Crit rocket, let's go. Completely fair and balanced gameplay. MVM multiplayer stream when? I've done that several times. Aren't you there for all of them? So bad it's improved. I'm bad at TF2 in general.
Why is that cart not moving?
God damn it.
Why is that cart stopped, maggots?
Oh shit, Obama's in the chat. Darn it. gonna get over that barrier correctly. Woo, got him! No, my pipes were unloaded. I'm a fool. Damn it. Oh, did I not change the game title? My bad. I was gonna change it while I was respawning. I didn't die to a random scout. That would have been embarrassing. Found him. I was expecting him to react in some way, but, I wonder how many people think me calling myself Hat, that's a TF2 thing. Because it's not.
Bomb has stopped!
Didn't you think that? Maybe. Can't hear me over the game. Yeah, why is it so fucking loud?
Not moving!
Use a TF2 RTX, no.
We must push little car!
No, not the flog. All skill, baby. Alright, how do I get Portal RTX? Portal with RTX. Requires that you own Portal. 23 gigs! Ah, jeez. How long is that gonna take? Not that long, actually. I do own Portal. Of course I own Portal. I like video games, so I own Portal. That's just how it works. There's a Vampire Survivors update, but it doesn't. There isn't an associated post, so I don't know what it adds, if anything. Does not seem to have added anything. Great. Why did it restart the download? Let's do this. And this. And I don't know. This. That's got lyrics. There we go. Just gonna chill out here for a moment while I download Portal with RTX. How's everybody doing? How's everybody's day been? This wonderful Monday. Graphics card review? This one's good. It's a pretty good graphics card. It's been nice, some of the games are just like, oh, well, there's not a lot I can do to improve the performance of this game because the problem with the performance is the game itself, because, you know, my GPU and my CPU are both not extremely taxed or anything when I was playing a couple of those games, like Wrath of the Righteous. You know, like 60 CPU, 30% GPU usage, and it's dropping down to like 40 frames a second. Not a whole lot I can do about that. Enjoying tea and stream. Nice, nice. I'm also enjoying tea. Letting a lemon slice fill water. Nice, nice. The mole you made turned out well, but the red rice was burnt and oversauced. Ah, what a shame. Oh. Darn it. You mentioned Mexican food, and now I want Xochimilco again. I want Xochimilco so bad, and then I'll get Xochimilco, and the burrito is just, like, completely fucking drowning in cheese, and it's like, well... I wanted this, and it's still good, but... Why is it drowning in cheese? Alright. Portal with RTX is open, but full screen, so I'm gonna need to go in and change the settings. The lyrics version of this song. Press Alt plus X to access the remix menu. Huh. Okay. That's all well and good, but I do need to open the settings menu, please. And then game source hl2.exe. Game capture? I have a hard time remembering how much I enjoyed the one time that I had mole, because that was also the time where I had a horchata that completely fucked my stomach up. What? Capture specific window, portal with RTX. What? Why? Why are you not? Why is not? Okay. How about I do a window capture? Capture method Windows 10. Hey! Alright. Okay, and then... It crashed! I worked so hard to capture that window. One more try. Oh! We're in it.
Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Computer-Aided Enrichment Center. We hope your brief detention in the relaxation vault has been a pleasant one. Your specimen has been processed, and we are now ready to begin the test proper. Before we start,
this is probably what crashed the
keep
game.
in mind that although fun and learning are the primary goals of all Enrichment Center activities, serious injuries may occur. For your own safety and the safety of others, please refrain from... Turn back. The portal will open in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh. Fancy ass butt.
Excellent. Please proceed into the chamber lock after completing each test. First, however, note the incandescent particle field across
it does look
the
pretty
exit.
good.
This Aperture Science material emancipation grid will vaporize any unauthorized equipment that passes through it. For instance, the Aperture Science weighted storage cube. Please place the weighted storage cube on the 1500 megawatt Aperture Science Heavy Duty Super Colliding Super Button. Perfect. Please move quickly to the chamber lock, as the effects of prolonged exposure to the button are not part of this test.
It's weird. It's so goofy seeing
Please be
a game
advised
like
that a
Portal
noticeable
that
taste
is
of blood is not part of any
it just
test
has such an
protocol,
iconic
but
feeling
is an
to how much
unintended
like
side effect of the Aperture Science material
so
emancipation
nostalgic,
grip,
but
which
then
may,
you're
in
playing
semi
it
rare
with just
cases,
like super
emancipate
duper
dental
graphics.
fillings, crowns, tooth enamel, and teeth. Very good. You are now in possession of the Aperture Science handheld portal device. With it, you can create your own portals.
I remember seeing
These
in Portal 2,
interdimensional gates
seeing like
have
how
proven to be
shiny the
completely
portal gun
safe.
was,
The
and
device,
now
however,
I'm
has
way
not.
more impressed
Do not
by how
touch the
like
operational end
scuffed
of the
and
device.
worn the portal
Do
gun
not look
looks.
directly at the operational end of the device. Do not submerge the device in liquid, even partially. Most importantly, under no circumstance. Well done. Remember, the Aperture Science Bring Your Daughter to Work Day is the perfect time to have her tested.
Yeah, Night Dive has been doing incredible work with all of the remakes that it's been working on.
Welcome to Test Chamber 4. You're doing quite well. Once again, excellent work. As part of our required test protocol, we will not monitor the next test chamber. You will be entirely on your own. Good luck.
It does, like, in addition to looking quite nice and being, you know, a silly little tech demo, it is running well and looking good. Wish they could get the rights to Duke from Randy. So, Gearbox is currently for sale. So, someone
As
might
part of
get
a required
ownership
test
of Duke.
protocol, our previous statement suggesting that we would not monitor this chamber was an outright fabrication. Good job. As part of a required test protocol, we will stop enhancing the truth in 3, 2...
Gearbox doesn't really require Microsoft levels of money, but it does require major publishing company kinds of money. Woo, dang! Look at this.
While safety is one of many Enrichment Center goals, the Aperture Science High... Unbelievable. You...
Subject name, here.
Must be the pride of...
Subject hometown, here.
Rumored that Microsoft might buy them. Yeah, that would make sense. My graphics card is hidden
Warning
like
devices are required
80%
on all
usage,
mobile
which
equipment.
sounds
However,
about right.
alarms and flashing hazard lights have been found to agitate. Good. Now use the Aperture Science unstationary scaffold to reach the chamber lock.
Microsoft do be buying companies. That's something that they have been pretty into as of late. Alright, I want to see one more new thing before we wrap things up. Someone made a version of Portal for the N64. Yeah, people who are nerds about the N64 are like tech wizards.
Please note that we have added a consequence for
Oh,
failure.
look, the sludge.
Any contact with the chamber floor will result in an unsatisfactory mark on your official testing record, followed by death. Good luck. A consequence for failure. Any contact with the chamber floor will result in an unsatisfactory mark on your official testing record, followed by death. Good luck.
Alright. I saw the sludge. Ooh, look at that texture. Look at those normal maps. Alright, that's it. That was fun. I'm so excited to just... Oh, the Spotify was loud. I'm so excited to play more games and stuff with my new video card. Thank you all so much for supporting me to the point that I was able to buy a new graphics card. I continue to appreciate everyone's support, whether it's donations and gift subs and bits and all that jazz, or if you're just hanging out. It means a lot to me. I know today was a little all over the place, but hopefully we'll have some more proper... Hopefully I'll be able to inline me being impressed with my new graphics card a little better with some actual gameplay. So, upcoming streams. Since I didn't Dave the Dive today, I might do Dave the Diver on Thursday instead. Tuesday is going to be Judgment, again. Oh yeah, Like a Dragon is going to be running very nice once we get around to that, but we've still got a decent chunk of Judgment left to get through, so... Hey, everybody, check out my cool new graphics card. Alright, Tuesday, PS5 game. Okay, so more Judgment on Tuesday. I might ask around to see if people would rather see Dave the Diver on Thursday or just return to Dave next Monday. But Thursday and Saturday are going to be... Shoot, I had a thought and I lost it. I'm hella out of it today, I'm sorry. Oh, right, there's a couple more games that I want to do, like, a little bit of on stream. I don't know about Death Stranding, because it seems like that game might be a bit of a slow burn. But Hitman 3 is a game that I want to get my hands on and use that as a nice graphics test, because the Hitman games generally have pretty slick graphics. And it's been a very long time since I played Hitman on stream, so, you know, I'll take whatever excuse I can get. So, there's that, and then next Monday will be Dave as per normal, whether we do it later this week or not. And I think that's the vague plan for this coming week. Thanks again to Dan for the 5 gift sub and $25 donation. Thanks again to Lana Coyote for the resub, Sean the Bat for the raid, Dura for the raid. And speaking of raid, where are we dropping? Zell is playing more Armored Core 6. Right, Armored Core 6. That's a game that I'm going to be starting sometime next week, probably? That makes sense. Yeah, probably sometime next week I'll get started on Armored Core 6. So yeah, Thanks again, everyone, for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff, and hopefully I'll see you all again on Tuesday evening for more Judgment. Have a good one.